Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily. Pill number 844. Are you all here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Go, gadget fire. Dang it. Go, gadget fire. Alright. And go, gadget mini fireplace. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 844 pills, 844 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, does she now. Hell, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yes, the show is also like an old-timey variety show. I missed the echo chamber part, right? The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mark and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creepshow and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the Full. Monty Python. Finally, lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love! Woo! Oh, I love you, Christopher Gerard, and Beto Romero, Linda Amorosi, Amazorsi, that's a hard one. Linda Amazorsi. We had a good time. Thank you, Marcy. Thank you. Dang it. All right, time for new words of the day. Active interface. It's interface bareback. Dang it. All right. Now, new words of the day. Oh, I love you all. Oh, it was all right. Laura. Survived it. Bastard. Oh, that's a harsh word. Dang it. The second word of the day is hack bastard. You hack bastard. That bastard's a hack. Yeah, I'm just kind of down. That's not good news, Marcy. I'm sorry. Relationships are tough. Relationships are really tough. Can't see the rest of your comment, but enough of it up there. I can pull it up here. Violence is never the solution. Hey, Joshua. Unless it's self-defense. Then it's a good solution. I'm not a complete pacifist. Survival is always... Almost anything is justified when it comes to your person's survival. But hey, Audra, I love you. Joshua, I love you too. Jack is still having a hard time. Like obsessing about the fact that he's gonna die someday. Hello, Suzanne. No, Jack. Jack's not sick or anything. He just knows he's gonna die someday. We didn't have time to finish it. We're still working on him. We gotta paint him and put the wheels on still. Laura set up an appointment with a counselor for him. We're all gonna go. I think it'll be good. Yeah, the boys are in Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts. Is it Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts? Something like that. I don't even know. I got my underwear on, Marcy, that you sent me. In third and second. Fruit is in the way. I sit over here, maybe. There we go. I gotta do another. U equals U. You know it, Joshua. Oh, I dropped my donut too. Well, somebody did send me a U equals U t-shirt. But I could always use another one, though, actually. good message to spread. I think I understand what you're saying, Joshua. All the men will be pitching tents. Hey, Rhonda, hello. I chipped my tooth. Can you see? Oh. I was biting a toothpick. Might just file away that little bit there. Oh, that's the dentist when I go. Dropped it at the beginning of the show. I forgot before the show started, the donut. Hey, William. Jeff Rosen, hello. Hello, everyone. Liam, Nikita. Hello, hello. Hey, Michael. Hello. Thank you, Sandy. It does feel luxurious tonight. Oops. Yikes. The ceiling's up, William. I'm just chilling like a villain. I might share the show again here. Let's see, we'll go to advertise your business on Facebook. That's a really big group. Hundreds of thousands of people in that one. And then we'll just go to Facebook live streaming. Facebook live video streaming. Let's go to some of the art groups. Art. art equals life. Hill 844. Dang it, dang it, dang it. That's good for now. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Sometimes, Joshua, sometimes. I guess that's true. Trying to keep community standards here, though. I'm sorry, Eric. Which story were you? Want me to tell you what happened? Oh, let's give Ella a shout out. Not much snow. Ella, we love you. Yeah, thanks for watching. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yay for Ella. It's right in the middle between my boys. My boys are 7 and 9 right now. They're 14 months apart, so Alex will be 8 very soon. April 24th is his birthday. We love you too, Eric. Hey, Lizzie. How are you? I should move the change over just a little bit, right? Bothers me. Like these are where I hung them to just be hung in my house. I didn't hang them for the show, but they just happened. They just worked really well there. But not quite though, because this is like cut off. But then if I moved it, it would be off center in the room then. Ella, we love you. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Jack noticed one time, he was sitting on the couch over here one time and he was like looking at all the prints because they go around the corner here. You can see a couple of them in the mirror too, right? And they're all level. The bottoms are all level. They're all the same height from the bottom starts. The bottom of them, you know, so like, yeah, it looks like a straight line. He's like, oh, they're all level at the bottom. He's like, did you do that on purpose? And I'm like, yeah, Jack, I did. Thanks for noticing. That took me a long time. I don't know, Lizzie. I would recommend sharing the show lots. I think that might do it. That's completely self-serving, but. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, Ella. Facebook just randomly offers it to people. I don't know. The only power I have in the whole top fan business is I have the power to take them away. I don't have a power to grant them, but I can take them away if you're naughty. I didn't take yours away, Sandy, I promise. I've only taken 2 people's away. Just people that are mean to other people, I just can't have them, like, having a sanctioned badge here. Like, somehow I feel like I think everybody just has to share the show more. Just share the shit out of the show. It's gotta work. I won't, William. I promise. Oh yeah, you're so mean, Eric. Oh, well, thank you for watching, Michael. Thank you. Just join a bunch of groups and share to all the groups that you're in. Just spread me like a virus. I didn't take it, Christina. I only took it from 2 people. Thank you, William. Thank you. I gotta do more of this shameless self-promotion. There you are, Christina. See, you're a top fan. I don't know. I don't know, Audra. I don't know. Dang it to heck. Hey, Rose. I love every single person, Christina. Every single person. Dang it. I like to say that I'm filled with self-loathing. And in order to find a way to love myself, I start with everyone else first. And you know, if I love every single other person, you know, some of the people out there, right? Like, if I love every single person, then certainly I deserve love too, right? Hey, cat. Probably play some more of your games, Joanna. That's what I was thinking. Games and a book, probably. A couple songs. That was a good formula last night. Thank you, William. Yes, we are. Dang it to heck. My sweetheart. You talking about my wife? She's asleep. Love you too, Christina. Thank you. Hey, Wes Gray. Is this your first time here?
Hello, we love you.
Pretty much I just twiddle my thumbs. Yeah, we'll probably play some games before I read the story, but yeah, a little bit later. Oh, how long has it been today? My memory's like Swiss cheese, so... Dang it. You gotta come every day, otherwise... No, I don't even remember my own family's names. It's almost time for a dab. Joanna sent a couple games. They're like trivia, brain teaser type games. Communion. We wouldn't visit my my dad's side of the family very often. They lived a distance away. When I was a kid, I was 11 before I even met my Uncle Mike, right? And then my dad's sisters we saw a little more often, but still like every couple of years maybe, right? And when we'd get there, I'd be like, okay, now who's Aunt Eileen's kids now, and what are their names, and who's husbands, and who's and like I go like have like name and who they are in the family, and then I would always forget anyway because like I just like it's anxiety, right? I just like I don't know. I think I'm gonna forget, so I do, and then like I remember that my memory is like, oh, if I have a name in my head and like, is that the name that I know is wrong, or is that the name that is right? It's embarrassing. No, I've never seen Schitt's Creek. You get that? Let me guess, they lose their paddle.
Hello, we love you. Hello, we love you. Hello, we love you.
All right, here we go. Communion.
Hello, we love you.
Oh, we won't go down the hatch until the end of the show. Hey, John. Hello. Hi to you too, Carly.
Hello, we love you. Hello, we love you.
I don't know. Take some political will. I say we, I'm with Trump. We lock up Hillary Clinton and Obama, but also Trump and all the senators and all the representatives, everybody that voted for the war in Iraq, everybody voted for the Patriot Act, everybody that
Hello, we love you.
sold away our freedoms but also package that with, because I think there'd be incentive then for comprehensive prison reform. Make it so people in prison can contribute to society and pay their debts by, I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I just think that. Also, I think if we treated everybody humanely, if everybody, if people in prison had access to, first security and recreation and education and the ability to, prison. I don't know, who is it? A bunch of people said, Jesus, for one,
Hello, we love you.
How you treat the least of ye is how you treat me. And like somebody like Gandhi said, is like if you want to judge a society, judge them on how they treat their elderly and how they treat their prisoners. Anybody that you have at your mercy, how you treat them says everything about you, and not everything, but it says a lot about you, and it doesn't say anything about them. Anyway. Yeah. Lucas, you can laugh at Lucas.
Hello, we love you.
I hope not. I hope not, Rose. All right, William. Drive safe.
Hello, we love you.
Sorry to hear that, Lucas. Yikes, yikes, man. It's harsh. Kia ora, Clint, hello. Well, should we play some of the trivia game? Brain teaser trivia?
Hello, we love you. Hello, we love you.
Oh, that's going to be really painful too, Lucas. I'm sorry. That really shouldn't be jailable. That's good to hear, Audra. Which famous author wrote 6 romantic novels under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott? A. P.D. James. B. Agatha Christie. C. Dorothy L. Sayers. D. Patricia Highsmith. That sounds fun, Sonia. How many milligrams total? B it is, Agatha Christie. Whose extravagant parties were held at West Egg? Whose extravagant parties were held at West Egg? Are you in like special protection custody or something? Honestly, that might be. for me to say, but I don't think I'd necessarily want to be in general population. Back when I used to have Boom HD, I used to watch, good morning, Jory. They used to have a sports HD channel. I used to watch the kickboxing and that. That was gruesome. It was a guilty pleasure because I was like, oh my, I shouldn't watch this. Like, especially when I see people like be passed out before they even hit the mat, you know, like it just. Well, enjoy it, Sonia. Enjoy. Whose extravagant parties were held at West Egg? A. Bertie Wooster. B. Jay Gatsby. C. Lady Chatterley. D. Fred and George Weasley. So they'll let you have methadone in jail, but not Suboxone? Seems weird. You got it. Gatsby. It's Gatsby, yep. Well, who played Rustin Cole in the first series of True Detective? A. Damian Lewis. B. Woody Harrelson. C. Ben Affleck. Or D. Matthew McConaughey. Time is a flat circle. Not B. Not B. Time is a flat circle. D. Matthew McConaughey. Twice we stayed at Lake McConaughey in Nebraska on our way to Colorado. One of the I Love Lucy editions was there. It's pretty cool. It's like it's a lake built, you know, it's like a dam, hydroelectric dam, a lake behind the dam, and it's a humongous lake, and it's like in the middle of nowhere, right? And then they have primitive campsites, so you can you just drive along the beach and just park wherever and camp that way. And I was tripping so hard, it looked like the stars were dripping out of the sky, and the clouds were dancing to the firelight. It was really, really cool. It was one of the best landscapes I've seen, a little tripping. Usually I just see the inside of the walls and stuff, right? Or my face in the mirror. But that's cool to. What was the Empress of Blandings? What was the Empress of Blandings in the work of P.G. Wodehouse? A. A pub. B. A pig. C. A boat. D. A hotel. It's pretty cool there, isn't it, Christina? Brenda Boyer Oliver. Is it Boyer Oliver? Brenda Boyer Oliver. Not D. Brenda Boyer Oliver, we love you!
Brenda Boyer Oliver, we love you! Brenda Boyer
Welcome, Brenda, to Jason is a Social Scientist. Bimouth Daily, pill number 844. Answer the question, was a pig. Empress or whatever is a pig. So you were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. Thank you for welcoming her, Sonia. And finds after 844 pills, 844 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she now. Hell, I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph. Did you see the total solar eclipse, Christina? Because if you live not far from there, that's right near there is where we saw. Dang it, where were we at? Where was I knew I'd forget. Dang it to heck, where was I at? With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record, and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a couple of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Follow. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple... Hey, David. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins. And the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Keep listening, Brenda. Everything is out of place, out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses. Hey, Colleen. Working the sweatshop, the twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV, pigs will fly, disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Okay, especially this part, Brenda. Listen up. This is the most important part. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. Treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! You're polite, Brenda. Thank you for taking the time to listen. You have good manners. All right. So, next question then, I guess.
Brenda Boyer, Oliver, we know you.
Rose Montez, we love you.
Rose Montez, we love you.
Thank you, Aaron. Oh, it's been really crappy lately. The weather's been really crappy. Lots of snow and ice and cold weather. Victor Hugo's novel, Notre Dame de Paris, was set in the reign of which French monarch? A. Henry the Ninth, Robert II, B. Robert II, C. Napoleon III, D. Louis the 11th. Joanna's got it. Aaron's right behind. Who wrote the screenplays for the movies Forrest Gump and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button? A. Oliver Stone. B. William Goldman. C. Charlie Kaufman. D. Eric Roth. Maybe we can try some of the brain teasers. Where did I put the other box? The answer was D. Eric Roth. Which famous composer is represented by the anagram? He's tricky. Pitch key. Viola. Which famous composer is represented by the anagram? He's tricky. Pitch key. Viola. Which famous composer is represented by the anagram? He's tricky. Pitch key. Viola. You gotta mix up all those letters. He's tricky, pitch key, viola, into one long name. I'll give you. It's three words. Not Mozart. It is a tough one. It's not Mr. Pitchkey. I recognize the name. I recognize the name. He is famous. Rachel's got it. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Good job, good job. Okay, here we go. Audra, you're up. One train runs from A to B at 105 miles per hour. The other runs from B to A at 85 miles per hour. How far apart were the two trains 30 minutes prior to their crossing? The other runs from B to A at 85 miles per hour. How far apart were the two trains 30 minutes prior to their crossing? One train runs from A to B at 105 miles per hour. The other runs from B to A at 85 miles per hour. How far apart were the two trains 30 minutes prior to their crossing? Careful what you wish for. Nope, nope. Good guess, good guess. Anybody else got a guess? Nope, nope. Good guess, good guess. Anybody else got a guess? Joanna's close, but still no cigar. Nope, not 200, not 35. I don't know how to figure this out. I just know the answer. It's not 80, it's not 50. Hey, well, it's not 250. Not 135. It's 95. 95. 95 miles apart. So how do you do it? So you take it like 42.5 and 52.5 and add them together. That's how you do it. Which U.S. state does 10 AC say? It's called Ridley's Brain Teasers. Tennessee, yep. Half an hour before they're crossing, before they pass each other. A red house is made from red bricks. A blue house is made from blue bricks. A yellow house is made from yellow bricks. What is a greenhouse made from? A red house is made from red bricks. A blue house is made... Kyle's got it. Glass. Good one, Kyle. Hello. Hey, Mantani. Good guess, Melissa. Good guess. Is it Mayra? Mayra is right behind with glass too. When young, I am sweet in the sun. When middle-aged, I make you happy. When I'm old, I'm valued more than ever. What am I? Amen, Tanny. Hey. It's easy for me. I just have to sit up here and read these. Prunes, a dog, nope. Not a dandelion. When I'm young, I am sweet in the sun. When middle-aged, I make you happy. When old, I'm valued more than ever. What am I? Not a cat. Melissa's close. Melissa's very close. Not honey. Wine it is. Wine it is. I just got it. With some help from Melissa, though, with an assist from Melissa. Yeah, I think you get an assist. No, I think you pretty much got that one. Which fruits come every month? Which fruits come every month? Which fruits come every month? That's nice of you, Audra. Nope. Harry and David, they a lady I used to work for, she got some peaches shipped to her from Harry and David. They were like the most incredible peaches I ever saw. Not juicy fruits. They come every day. Juicy fruits like me come every day. Not bananas. Not Fruity Pebbles. I don't know. I'm thinking like the jungle or something. These are really important fruits. Because they fruit all year long. What's yummy there? Fairly common. I'm not a particular fan of it. Not bananas. I think in the forests episode of Planet Earth, they talk about it. The importance of this fruit. Not mangoes, not coconuts. Oh, yummy coconuts. That was what you were saying. Not kumquats. No. Not mangoes. Not pineapples. Not pomegranates. You wouldn't want to take a bad one home to your mother. Not apples, not pine cones. Not Kevin Spacey. Hey, Barry, just chilling like a villain. And the ceiling's up. Not avocados. I was pretty impressed with my clue's pretty clever. You wouldn't want to take a bad one home to your mother. I don't know what durian is. I've never heard of that. Not edible flowers. It's a good clue. It's a good clue. Not oranges. We're doing brain teasers. Not plantains. You wouldn't take a bad what home to home to your mother? No, never mind. Dates. Bad dates. No, dates. Dates are the fruit every month. Which fruits come every month? There's a good clue, right? Good clue. I was impressed with the clue. I start going and end up doing. I start going and end up doing. Finish everything and conclude nothing. I start going and end up doing. Finish everything and conclude nothing. I start going and end up doing. Finish everything and conclude nothing. My time. I'm just gonna. Nope. I'm just gonna share the show here. This second here, let's see. All right, well, the question is, I start going and end up doing, finish everything, and conclude nothing. What am I? Thanks, Sirach. I'm glad you joined us for this song, Myra. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, let's give Sirach a shout out. Rachel's got it! The letter G. Sirach Aslama, we love you!
Sirach, Aslama, we love you. Sirach, Sirach, Sirach,
Let's see. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. What popular movie is represented by the phrase "Parade of Flightless Birds"? What popular movie is represented by the phrase "Parade of Flightless Birds"? Hey, Mama G. Welcome, welcome. We're doing brain teasers. I just got it. March of the Penguins. Close, Eric. Close. That's a. I like Happy Feet. 2 better than Happy Feet 1. I love Will and Bill Krill. The Krills. Will and Bill Krill. With Matt Damon and Brad Pitt. They have like such a cute love story. What is 4 legs and a back but can't walk? It's a momentary release from the existential terrors of existence. It brings out my happy. I love that movie. Table, chair it is. It's chair. Close though. Table doesn't have a back, I don't think. Or maybe it does, I don't know. The top. Okay. Whoa. Justin, if this was a Rorschach test, you failed it. What does this word say? close. Nope, nope. Eric's got it. Accelerate. Why can't you marry your widow's sister?
Here I come, Mama, we love you.
Because you're dead. Your widow's sister's not necessarily dead, but... Because you're dead, you're right. You throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the outside and throw away the inside. What did you eat? You throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the outside and throw away the inside. What did you eat? Last Dance with Mary Jane. Corn it is, Eric. Eric's got it. Corn. Does egg work? Maybe. Your maternal uncle's only brother-in-law is lying on the couch. Who is he? Your maternal uncle's only brother-in-law is lying on the couch. Who is he? Yep. Your dad, yep. I'm a 5-letter word, yet it sounds strange to say. 6 still remains when you take 2 letters away. I'm a 5-letter word, yet it sounds strange to say. 6 still remains when you take 2 letters away. What word am I? Okay, yeah, Rachel's got it. 60. 60. I'm surviving, Jeanette. I'm surviving. What popular movie is represented by the phrase arachnid boy? Good guessing. Good guessing, everyone. But nope. Spider-Man. I just watched Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Good movie. It was a good movie. What do you have to give before you can keep it? Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. That's rough. You could try logging out of Facebook and logging back in. See if that Gets rid of your delay. I'm gonna see how long the story is tonight. The fifth quarter is the name of the story. Well, this one's short. Maybe we'll read 2 stories tonight. Not love. Not love, not love. Good guess, though. What do you have to give before you can keep it? That's another good guess, Kyle. Nope, nope. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Rose. No, good guess though, Mama G. No, the answer is your word. Your word. Secret's another one. I don't know if anybody will take him, Mama G. Let's see. I'm sure he's great. I'm sure he's great. I'm teasing. Thank you, Rose. So are you. I'm sorry, Melissa. Alright, what is this one? Joanna's got it right between the eyes. Good one, good one. Audra's right behind. Rachel's right behind. 2 people are in a barn. 10 cats follow them in. How many feet are in the barn now? I don't know. 2 people are in a barn. 10 cats follow them in. How many feet are in the barn now? Not 44. Oh, I just got it. 4. 4. Cats have paws. They don't have feet. That's a cheap one. Mr. Owens like, I've got feet. That's racist against cats. Speciesist. If an electric train is traveling south, which way is the smoke going? Catechism, right? That's a dumb one. That's a dumb one. What goes on and on with an I in the middle? No, there is no smoke. It's electric train. Oh, I thought. I guess that was a good one. That's what I was thinking too, Eric. Was on onion. Onion. How could a member of the military communicate silently and without light? Alright, I'll check it out, Justin. I'll check it out. You can post it to Dang Nation for everybody to read. That's not silent, is it? Finger tapping. They need light for sign language. Hey, Lizzie. You need light for that. That's not silent. Walkie-talkie. Pooping pants, that's stinky. Guess maybe that's some kind of message. You need for writing, you need light too. Not mind reading. Braille it is. Justin, it is. Braille it is. Hey, Bob Fix. Hello, hello, hello. What popular movie is represented by the phrase super quartet? I'm a fan of those, Eric. Yay for blowjobs. Fantastic Four it is. Rachel's got it. Rachel's on a roll here. Douglas is right behind. Which phrase is illustrated by hi, 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 hi? I'm going to say Jason is a social scientist. Nice try, Douglas. Nice try. High five. No, you're wrong. It's Jason is a social scientist. Oh, I guess. For some reason, this says high five, too. You may enter, but you may not come in. I have space, but no room. I have keys, but open no lock. What am I? I don't know if this is necessarily true, but you may enter, but you may not come in. I have space, but no room. I have keys, but open no lock. What am I? I don't like this one at all. Not a piano. Nope, nope. Mecca like a high, Mecca like a low, Mecca like a hiney ho. It's a computer. It's dumb. What does that even mean? You may enter, but you may not come in? What does that mean? You may enter a computer. I have space, but no room. People say, is there room on your computer? Yeah, there's... I have keys, but open no lock. What am I? Yeah, it's just weak, though. But you may enter, like you... I don't know. That was a good show. I guess. But you may do that, press that, you press it. You may press the button, but you don't just enter. You don't enter on the computer. You press the enter button. You may enter. No. Poor phrasing. Nothing else. A man ran through a stop sign. 2 police officers saw him and just sat there. Why? Right, he was running. I think we're gonna read the story now. Good night, Rachel. Thanks for playing. I'll read it for you, Bob. I'll read it to you. The Fifth Quarter by Stephen King. I parked the Heap around the corner from Keenan's house, sat in the dark for a moment, then turned off the key and got out. When I slammed the door, I could hear rust flaking off the rocker panels and dropping onto the street. It wasn't going to be like that much longer. The gun was in a bandolier holster and lay against my ribcage like a fist. It was Barney's .45, and I was glad of that. It lent the whole crazy business a touch of irony, maybe even a sense of justice. Keenan's house was an architectural monstrosity spread over a quarter-acre of land, all slanting angles and steep sloped roofs behind an iron fence. He'd left the gate unlocked, as I'd hoped. Earlier I'd seen him calling someone from the living room, and a hunch too strong to deny told me it had been either Jagger or the Sarge. Probably the Sarge. The waiting was over. This was my night. I walked to the driveway, staying close to the shrubbery, and listening for any strange sound over the cutting whine of the January wind. There wasn't any. It was Friday night, and Keenan's sleeping maid would be out having a jolly time at somebody's Tupperware party. Nobody home but that bastard Keenan, waiting for the Sarge, waiting, although he didn't know it yet, for me. The carport was open, and I slipped inside. The ebony shadow of Keenan's Impala loomed. I tried the back door. The car was also open. Keenan wasn't cut out to be a villain. I reflected. He was much too trusting. I got in the car, sat down, and waited. I could hear the faint sound of jazz on the wind. Very quiet. Very good. Miles Davis, maybe. Keenan listening to Miles Davis and holding a gin fizz in one manicured hand. Nice for him. It was a long wait. The hands on my watch crawled from 8:30 to 9 to 10. Time for a lot of thinking. I mostly thought about Barney, and that wasn't strictly a matter of choice. I thought about how he looked in that small boat when I found him, staring up at me and making meaningless cawing noises. He'd been adrift for 2 days and looked like a boiled lobster. There'd been black blood encrusted across his midsection where he'd been shot. He'd steered toward the cottage as best he could, but still, it'd been mostly luck. Lucky he'd gotten there. Lucky he could still talk for a little while. I had had a fistful of sleeping pills ready if he couldn't talk. I didn't want him to suffer. Not unless there was a reason for it, anyway. As it turned out, there was. He had a story to tell, a real whopper, and he told me almost all of it. When he was dead, I went back to the boat and got his .45. It was hidden aft in a small compartment, wrapped in a waterproof pouch. Then I towed his boat out into deep water and sank it. If I could put an epitaph over his head, it would have been the one about how there's a sucker born every minute. Most of them are pretty nice guys, too. I bet just like Barney. Instead, I started trying to find the men who capped him. It had taken 6 months to find Keenan and to ascertain that Sarge was, at least, somewhere close by. But I'm a persistent little pup, and here I was. At 10:20, headlights splashed up the curving driveway, and I lay on the floor of the Impala. The newcomer drove into the carport, snuggling up close to Keenan's car. It sounded like one of the old Volkswagens. The little engine died, and I could hear Sarge grunting softly as he fought his way out of the little car. The porch light went on, and the sound of the door clicking open came to me. Keenan! Or Keenan. This is Keenan saying it. Sarge, you're late. Come on and in and have a drink. Sarge. Scotch! I'd unrolled the window before. Now I stuck Barney's .45 through it, holding the stock with both hands. Stand still, I said. The Sarge was halfway up the porch steps. Keenan, the perfect host, had come out and was looking down at him, waiting for him to come up so he could after you him into the house. They were both perfect silhouettes in the light spilling through from inside. I doubt if they could see much of me in the dark, but they could see the gun. It was a big gun. Who the hell are you? Keenan asked. Jerry Tarkanian, I said. Move and I'll put a hole in you big enough to watch television through. You sound like a punk, Sarge said. He didn't move, though. Just don't move. That's all you've got to worry about. I opened the Impala's back door and got out carefully. The Sarge was staring at me over his shoulder, and I could see the glitter of his little eyes. One hand was creeping up the lapel of his 1943 model double-breasted suit. Oh, please, I said. Get your fucking hands up, asshole. The Sarge put his hands up. Keenan's already were. Come down to the foot of the steps, both of you. They came down, and out of the direct glare of the light, I could see their faces. Keenan looked scared, but Sarge might have been listening to a lecture on Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. He was probably the one who had jobbed Barney. Face the wall and lean on it, both of you. Keenan, if you're after money. I laughed. Well, I was going to start off by offering you a cut-rate deal on Tupperware, work my way up to the big stuff gradually, but you saw through me. Yeah, I'm after money. $480,000, actually, buried on a little island off Bar Harbor called Carmen's Folly. Keenan jerked as if he'd been shot, but the Sarge's dipped in concrete face never twitched. He turned around and put his hands on the wall, leaning his weight on them. Keenan reluctantly followed suit. I fricked him first and got a stupid little .32 with a 3-inch barrel. A gun like that, you could put the muzzle against a guy's head and still miss when you pulled the trigger. I threw it over my shoulder and heard a bounce off one of the cars. Sarge was clean, and it was a relief to step away from him. We're going into the house. You first, Keenan, then Sarge. Then me, without incident, okay? We all trooped up the steps and into the kitchen. It was one of those germless chrome and tile jobs that looks like it was spit whole out of some mass production womb in the Midwest somewhere. The work of hardy Methodist assholes who all look like Mr. Goodwrench and smell like cherry blend tobacco. I doubt if it ever needed anything so vulgar as cleaning. Keenan probably just closed the doors and turned on the hidden sprinklers once a week. I paraded through the living room, another treat for the eyes. It had apparently been done by a pansy decorator who had never got over his crush on Ernest Hemingway. There was a flagstone fireplace almost as big as an elevator car, or a teak buffet table with a moose head mounted on it, and a drinks cart stashed below a gun rack loaded with premium artillery. The stereo had turned itself off. I waved the gun at the couch, one on each end. They sat, Keenan on the right, Sarge on the left. The Sarge looked even bigger sitting down. An ugly dented scar twisted its way through his slightly overgrown crew cut. I put his weight at about 230 and wondered why a man with the size and physical presence of Mike Tyson owned a Volkswagen. I grabbed an easy chair and dragged it over Keenan's quick sand-colored rug until it was in front and between them. I sat down and let the .45 rest on my thigh. Keenan stared at it like a bird stares at a snake. The Sarge, on the other hand, was staring at me like he was the snake and I was the bird. Now what? He asked. Let's talk about maps and money, I said. I don't know what you're talking about, Sarge said. All I know is that little boys shouldn't play with guns. How is Cappy McFarland these days? I asked casually. It didn't get jack shit from the Sarge, but Keenan popped his cork. He knows! He knows! The words shot out of him like bullets. Shut up! The Sarge told him. Shut your goddamn trap! Keenan moaned a little. This was one part of the scenario he had never imagined. I smiled. He's right, Sarge, I said. I know. Almost all of it. Who are you? No one you know. A friend of Barney's. Barney who? Sarge asked indifferently. Barney Google. With the googly eyes? He wasn't dead? Sarge, not quite dead. Sarge turned a slow and murderous look on Keenan. Keenan shuddered and opened his mouth. Don't talk, Sarge said to him. Not one fucking word. I'll snap your neck like a chicken if you do. Keenan's mouth shut with a snap. Sarge looked at me again. What does almost all of it mean? Everything but the fine details. I know about the armored car, the island, Cappy McFarland, how you and Keenan and some bastard named Jagger killed Barney, and the map. I know about that. It wasn't the way he told you, Sarge said. He was going to cross us. He couldn't cross the street, I said. He was just a patsy who could drive. He shrugged. It was like watching a minor earthquake. Okay, be as dumb as you look. I knew Barney had something on as early as last March. I just didn't know what. And then one night he had a gun. This gun. How did you connect with him, Sarge? A mutual friend, someone who did time with him. We needed a driver who knew Eastern Maine and the Bar Harbor area. Keenan and I went to see him and laid it out for him. He liked it. I did time with him in the shank, I said. I liked him. You couldn't help but like him. He was dumb, but he was a good kid. He needed a keeper more than a partner. George and Lenny, Sarge sneered. Good to know you spent your own jail time improving what passes for your mind, sweetheart, I said. We were thinking about a bank in Lewiston. He couldn't wait for me to finish doping it out, so now he's underground. Jeepers, this is really sad, Sarge said. I'm getting all soft and mushy inside. I picked up the gun and showed him the muzzle, and for a second or two, he was the bird, and it was the snake. One more wisecrack, and I'll put a bullet in your belly. Do you believe that? His tongue flickered in and out with startling quickness, lapped across his lower lip, and disappeared again. He nodded. Keenan was frozen. He looked like he wanted to retch, but didn't quite dare. He told me it was big time, a big score, I resumed. That's all I could get out of him. He took off on April 3rd. 2 days later, 4 guys knock over the Portland Banger Federated truck just outside of Carmel. All 3 guards dead. The newspaper said the robbers ran 2 roadblocks in a souped-up 78 Plymouth. Barney had a 78 up on blocks, thinking about turning it into a stalker. I'm betting Keenan put up the front money for him to turn it into something a little better and a lot faster. I looked at him. Keenan's face was the color of cheese. On May 6th, I get a card postmarked Bar Harbor, but that doesn't mean anything. There are dozens of little islands that channel their mail through there. A mailboat does the circuit, picks it up. The card says, Mom and family fine, store doing good, see you in July. It was signed with Barney's middle name. I leased a cottage on the coast, because Barney knew that would be the deal. July comes and goes, no Barney. Must have had a terminal hard-on by then, kid, right? Sarge said. I guess he wanted me to be sure I hadn't buffaloed him. I looked at him remotely. He showed up in early August, courtesy of your buddy Keenan, Sarge. You forgot about the automatic bilge pump in the boat. You thought the chap would sink it quick enough, right, Keenan? But you thought he was dead too. I had a yellow blanket spread out on Frenchman's Point every day, visible for miles, easy to spot. Still, he was lucky. Too lucky, Sarge almost spat. One thing I'm curious about, did he know before the job that the money was new, all the serial numbers recorded, that you couldn't even sell it to a currency junker in the Bahamas for 3 or 4 years? He knew, the Sarge rumbled, and was surprised to find myself believing him. And nobody was planning to junk the dough. He knew that too, kid. I think he was counting on that Lewiston job you mentioned for ready cash, or whatever he was or wasn't counting on. He knew the score and said he said he could live with it. Christ, why not? Say we had to wait 10 years to go back for the dough and split it up. What's 10 years to a kid like Barney? Shit, he would have been all of 35. I'd be 61. What about Cappy McFarland? Did Barney know about him too? Yes, Cappy came with the deal. A good man, a pro. He got cancer last year, inoperable, and he owed me a favor. So the four of you went out to Cappy's Island, I said, and a little nobody on it named Carmen's Folly. Cappy buried the money and made a map. That part was Jager's idea, Sarge said. We didn't want to split hot money. Too tempting. But we didn't want to leave all the swag in one pair of hands either. Cappy McFarland was the perfect solution. Tell me about the map. I thought we'd get to that, Sarge said with a wintry smile. Don't tell him, Keenan cried out hoarsely. Sarge turned to him and gave him a look that would have melted bar steel. Shut up. I can't lie, and I can't stonewall, thanks to you. You know what I hope, Keenan? I hope you weren't really looking forward to seeing in the new century. Your name's in a letter, Keenan said wildly. If anything happens to me, your name's in a letter. Cappy made a good map, the Sarge said, if Keenan were not there at all. He had some draftsman training in Joliet. He had cut it into quarters, one for each of us. We were going to have a reunion on July 4th, 5 years later, talk it over, maybe decide to wait another 5 years, maybe decide to put the pieces together right then. But there was trouble. Yes, I said, I guess that's one way of putting it. If it makes you feel any better, it was all Keenan's play. I don't know if Barney knew it or not, but that's how it was. When Jager and I took off in Cappy's boat, Barney was fine. You're a goddamn liar, Keenan squealed. Who's got 2 pieces of the map in his wall safe? Sarge inquired. Is it you, dear? He looked at me again. It was all right. Half the map still wasn't enough, and I'm going to sit here and say I would have preferred a 4-way split to a 3-way. I don't think you'd believe it, even if it was true. Then guess what? Keenan calls. Tells me we ought to have a talk. I was expecting it. Looks like you were, too. I nodded. Keenan had been easier to find than Sarge. He kept a higher profile. I could have tracked Sarge all the way down eventually, I suppose, but I'd been pretty sure that wouldn't be necessary. Thieves of a feather flock together, and the feathers have a tendency to fly, too. One of the birds is a vulture like Keenan. Of course, Sarge went on. He tells me not to get any lethal ideas. Says he's taken out an insurance policy. My name in an event of my death letter he'd sent to his lawyer. His idea was that the 2 of us could probably dope out where Cappy'd buried the money if we'd put 3 of the 4 pieces of the map together. And split the swag 50-50, I said. Sarge nodded. Keenan's face was like a moon drifting somewhere in a high stratosphere of terror. Where's the safe? I asked him. Keenan didn't say anything. I had done some practicing with the .45. It was a good gun. I liked it. I held it in both hands and shot Keenan in the forearm, just below the elbow. The Sarge didn't even jump. Keenan fell off the couch and curled up in a ball, holding his arm and howling. The safe, I said. Keenan continued to howl. I'll shoot you in the knee, I said. I don't know from personal experience, but I've heard that it hurts like a mad bastard. The print, he asked. The Van Gogh. Don't shoot me anymore, huh? He looked at me, grinning fearfully. I motioned to Sarge with a gun. Stand facing the wall. The Sarge got up and looked at the wall, arms dangling limply. Now you, I said to Keenan, go open the safe. I'm bleeding to death, Keenan moaned. I went over and stroked the butt of the .45 up the side of his cheek, laying back skin. Now you're bleeding, I told him. Go open the safe or you'll bleed more. Keenan got up, holding his arm and blubbering. He took the print off its hooks with his good hand, revealing an office-gray wall safe. He threw a terrified glance at me and began to twiddle the dial. He made 2 false starts and had to go back. The 3rd time he got it open. There were some documents and 2 wads of bills inside. He reached in, fumbled around, and came up with 2 squares of paper, about 3 inches on each side. I swear I didn't mean to kill him. I planned to tie him up and leave him. He was harmless enough. The maid would find him when she got back from her lingerie party or wherever it was she'd gone in her little Dodge Colt, and Keenan wouldn't dare poke his nose out of his house for a week. But it was like Sarge had said. He did have two, and one of them had blood on it. I shot him again, this time not in the arm. He went down like an empty laundry bag. Sarge didn't flinch. I wasn't crapping you. Keenan jobbed your friend. They were both amateurs. Amateurs are stupid. I didn't answer. I looked down at the squares and shoved them in my pocket. Neither had the X marks, the spot on it. What now? Sarge asked. We go to your place. What makes you think my piece of the map is there? I don't know. Telepathy, maybe. Besides, if it isn't, we'll go to where it is. I'm in no hurry. You got all the answers, huh? Let's go. We went back out to the carport. I sat in the back of the VW, on the side away from him. His bulk and the size of the car made a surprise play on his part a joke. It would take him 5 minutes to get turned around. 2 minutes later, we were on the road. It was starting to snow, big sloppy flakes that clung to the windshield and turned to instant slush when they struck the pavement. It was slippery going, but there wasn't much traffic. About a half an hour on Route 10, he turned off on a secondary road. 15 minutes later, we were on a rutted dirt track with snow-freighted pines staring at us on either side. 2 miles along, we turned into a short, trash-littered driveway. In the limited sweep of the VW's headlight, I could make out a rickety backwood shack with a patched roof and a twisted TV aerial. There was a snow-covered old Ford and a gully to the left. Out in the back was an outhouse and a pile of old tires. Hernando's hideaway. Welcome to Bally's East, Sarge said, and killed the engine. If this is a con, I'll kill you. He seemed to fill 3/4 of the tiny vehicle's front seat. I know that, he said. Get out. Sarge led the way up to the front door. Open it, I said. Then stand still. He opened the door and stood still. I stood still. We stood still for about 3 minutes and nothing happened. The only moving thing was a fat gray squirrel that had ventured into the middle of the yard to curse us in lingua rodenta. Okay, I said. Let's go in. Surprise, it was a dump. The 160-watt bulb cast a grungy glow over the whole room, leaving shadows like starved bats in the corners. Newspapers were scattered helter-skelter. Drying clothes were hung on a sagging rope. In one corner there was an ancient Zenith TV. In the opposite corner was a rickety sink and a stark, rust-stained bathtub on claw feet. A hunting rifle stood beside it. The predominant odors were feet, farts, and chili. It beats living raw, Sarge said. I could have argued the point, but didn't. Where's your piece of the map? In the bedroom. Let's go get it. No, not yet. He turned around slowly, dipped his dipped in concrete face hard. I want your word that you ain't gonna kill me when you get it. How are you gonna make me keep it? Fuck, I don't know. I guess. I'm just gonna hope it was more than the money that got you cranked up. If it was Barney, too, wanting to clean Barney's slate, you did it. It's clean. Keenan capped him, and now Keenan's dead. If you want the bundle, too, okay, maybe 3/4 will be enough. And you were right. My piece has got the great big X on it. But you don't get it unless you promise I get something, too. My life. How do I know you won't come after me? But I will, Sonny, the Sarge said softly. I laughed. All right. Throw in Jager's address, and you got your promise. I'll keep it, too. The Sarge shook his head slowly. You don't want to play with Jager, fella. Jager will eat you up. I dropped the .45 a little. Now I lift it again. All right. He's in Coleman, Massachusetts, a ski lodge. Is that good enough? Let's get your piece, Sarge. The Sarge looked me over once more closely. Then he nodded. We went into the bedroom. More colonial charm. The stained mattress on the floor was littered with stroke books, and the walls were papered with photographs of women who appeared to be wearing nothing but a thin coating of Wesson oil. One look at this place, and Dr. Roof's head would have exploded. The Sarge didn't hesitate. He picked up the lamp on the night table and pried off the base of it. A quarter of the map was neatly rolled up inside. He held it out wordlessly. Throw it, I invited. The Sarge smiled thinly. Cautious little pencil neck, aren't you? I find it pays. Give it up, Sarge. He tossed it over to me. Easy come, easy go, he said. I'm going to keep my promise, I said. Consider yourself lucky. Out in the other room. Cold light flickered in his eyes. What are you going to do? See that you stay in one place for a while. Move. We went out into the main room, a nifty little parade of two. The Sarge stood underneath the naked light bulb, back to me, his shoulders hunched, anticipating the gun barrel that was going to groove his head very shortly. I was just lifting the gun to clout him when the light blinked out. The shack was suddenly pitch black. I threw myself to the right. The Sarge was already gone like a cool breeze. I could hear the thump and tumble of newspapers as he hit the floor in a flat dive, then silence, utter and complete. I waited for my night vision, but when it came, it was no help. The place was a mausoleum, in which a thousand dim tombstones loomed, and Sarge knew every one of them. I knew about Sarge. Material on him hadn't been hard to spade up. He'd been a Green Beret in Vietnam, and no one even bothered with his real name anymore. He was just the Sarge, big and murderous and tough. Somewhere in the dark, he was moving in on me. He must have known the place like the back of his hand, because there wasn't a sound, not a squeaking board, not a foot scrape. But I could feel him getting closer and closer, flanking from the left or right, maybe pulling a tricky one and coming in straight ahead. The stock of the gun was very sweaty in my hand, and I had to control the urge to fire it wildly, randomly. I was very aware that I had 3/4 of the pie in my pocket. I didn't bother wondering why the lights had gone out, not until the powerful flashlight stabbed in through the window, sweeping the floor in a wild, random pattern that happened to catch the Sarge frozen and half-crouched, 7 feet to my left. His eyes glowed greenly in the bright cone of light, like cat's eyes. He had a glinting razor blade in his right hand, and I suddenly remembered the way his hand had been spidering up his coat lapel in Keenan's carport. The Sarge said one word into the flashbeam. Jagger? I don't know who got him first. A large caliber pistol fired once behind the flashlight beam, and I pulled the trigger of Barney's .45 twice. Pure reflex. The Sarge was thrown back against the wall with force enough to knock him out of one of his boots. The flashlight snapped off. I fired one shot at the window, but hit only glass. I lay on my side in the darkness and realized that I hadn't been the only one waiting for Keenan's greed to resurface. Jagger had been waiting too, and although there were only 12 rounds of ammunition in my car, there was only one left in my gun. You don't want to play with Jagger, fellow, the Sarge said. Jagger will eat you up. I had a pretty good picture of the room in my head now. I got up in a crouch and ran, stepping over Sarge's sprawled legs and into the corner. I got into the bathtub and poked my eyes over the ledge. There was no sound at all. The bottom of the tub was gritty and flaked with flaked off bathtub ring. I waited. Well, 5 minutes went by. It seemed like 5 hours. Then the light flicked on again, this time in the bedroom window. I ducked my head when it glared through the doorway. It probed briefly and clicked off. Silence again. A long, loud silence. On the dirty surface of Sarge's porcelain bathtub, I saw everything. Keenan grinning desperately, Barney with a clotted hole in his gut, due east of his navel, Sarge standing frozen in the flashlight beam, holding the razor blade professionally between thumb and first finger, Jagger, the dark shadow with no face, and me, the fifth quarter. Suddenly there was a voice outside the door. It was soft and cultured, almost womanish, but not effete. It sounded deadly and competent as hell. Hey, beautiful. I kept quiet. He wasn't getting my number without dialing a little. When the voice came again, it was by the window. I'm going to kill you, beautiful. I came to kill them, but you'll do fine. I paused while he shifted position once more. When the voice came again, it was from the window just over my head. The one above the bathtub. My guts crawled into my throat. If you flash that light now. No fifth wheels need apply, Jagger said. Sorry. I could barely hear him moving to his next position. It turned out to be the back doorway. I've got my quarter with me. You want to come take it? I felt an urge to cough and repressed it. Come and get it, beautiful. His voice was mocking. The whole pie, come and take it away. I didn't have to, and I suppose he knew it. I was holding the chips. I could find the money now. With his single quarter, Jagger had no chance. This time the silence really spun out. A half an hour, forever. Eternity squared. My body started to stiffen. Outside, the wind was tuning up, making it impossible to hear anything but the rattling snow against the walls. It was very cold. The tips of my fingers were going numb. Then, around 1:30, a ghostly stirring around sound like crawling rats in the darkness. I stopped breathing. Somehow Jagger had gotten in. He was right in the middle of the room. Then I got it. Rigor mortis. Hurried by the cold, was rearranging Sarge for the last time. That was all. I relaxed a little. That was when the door rammed open and Jagger charged through, ghostly and visible in the mantle of white snow, tall and loose and gangling. I let him have it, and the bullet punched a hole through the side of his head. And in the brief gun flash, I saw what I had hold was a scarecrow with no face, dressed in some farmer's thrown-out pants and shirt. The burlap fell off the broomstick neck as it hit the floor. Then Jagger was shooting at me. He was holding a semi-automatic pistol, and the innards of the bathtub were like a great percussive howl cymbal. Porcelain flew up, bounced off the wall, struck my face. Wood splinters and a single hot, spent slug rained down on me. Then he was charging, never letting up. He was going to shoot me in the tub like a fish in a barrel. I couldn't even put my head up. It was Sarge who saved me. Jagger stumbled over one big dead foot, staggered, and pumped bullets into the floor instead of over my head. Then I was on my knees. I pretended I was Roger Clemens. I pegged Barney's big 45 at his head. The gun hit him, but didn't stop. I stumbled over the rim of the tub, getting out to tackle him, and Jagger put two groggy shots to my left. The faint silhouette stepped back, trying to get a bead, one hand holding his ear where the gun had hit him. He shot me through the wrist. His second shot ripped a groove in my neck. Then, incredibly, he stumbled over Sarge's feet again and fell backward. He brought the gun up and put one through the roof. It was his last chance. I kicked the gun out of his hand, hearing the wet wood sound of breaking bones. I kicked him in the groin, doubling him up. I kicked him again, this time in the back of the head, and his feet rattled a fast, unconscious tattoo on the floor. He was as good as dead then, but I kicked him again and again. Kicked him until there was nothing but pulp and strawberry jam. Nothing anyone could identify, not by teeth, not by anything. I kicked him until I couldn't swing my leg anymore, and my toes wouldn't move. I suddenly realized I was screaming, and there was no one to hear me but dead men. I wiped my mouth and knelt over Jagger's body. He'd been lying about this quarter of the map, as it turned out. It didn't surprise me much. Oh, I take that back. It didn't surprise me at all. My heap was just where I had left it, around the block from Keenan's house. But now it was just a ghostly hump of snow. I left Sarge's VW a mile back. I hoped my heater was still working. I was numb all over. I got the door open and winced a little as I sat down inside. The crease in my neck had already clotted over, but my wrist hurt like hell. The starter cranked for a long time, and the motor finally caught. The heater was working, and the one wiper cleared away most of the snow on the driver's side. Jagger had been lying about his quarter, and it hadn't been in the unobtrusive and probably stolen Honda Civic he'd come in. But his address had been in his wallet, and if I had actually needed his quarter, I thought there was a pretty good chance I could find it. I didn't think I would. 3 pieces should be enough, especially since Sarge's quarter was the one with the X. I pulled out carefully, and I was going to be careful for a long time. Sarge had been right about one thing. Barney had been a dope. The fact that he'd also been my friend didn't matter anymore. The debt had been paid. In the meantime, I had a lot to be careful for. The end. Hey, Danny, that's okay. Hey, JD Speed. Time just keeps ticking. Maybe we'll play a record before we start the next story. give Danny a birthday shout out. Before we play the record. Danny, Christine, happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Danny, Christine, happy birthday!
The boys had a Cub Scout meeting. We worked on building Pinewood derbies. All right, this song is "Pass the Meat, Pass the Potatoes."
Everyday apartment Inn, just across the hall from me. They start talking diet. She says he should try. Then I hear him say, now the loser beggars, I won't diet to get thin when I'm doing alright for the shake finance. Now if I owned a restaurant, I guess it would be swell. For I'd be making money, lots and lots of money, every time I heard him yell. Oh, that's the people, carrots and the butter, that's the answer, spinach and the water. I don't need no cake or
JD. This was a gift. I got matching underwear.
Have some tomatoes. Why should I worry? 2 weeks in when I'm doing alright for the shape I am. Try the Rudolph. I won't die. 2 weeks in when I'm doing alright for the shape I am. Now if I own the restaurant, I guess it would be sure. For I feel the money, lots and lots of money every time I heard you say, oh.
Where are we at, Teresita?
Would you like a glass of water? Oh, boy, that's the meat and potatoes.
I see you, Teresita. Hello. I can get on board with my kids being scouts now that they've gotten a little more progressive. Let's read the second story here. Well, we didn't get to finish them. We still have to paint them. I'll show them to you. I don't know where Alex put his, but this is Jack's. Here. This is the pair of shoes I thought was defective. Apparently, they're supposed to have the holes in their tongue. There's like 2 little holes like at the base of the tongue. And then this is the original pair that I bought that was too big. So I gotta send these both back. I just got tape in the mail so I can mail them. Did you guys see my new shoes yet? I really love these shoes. The tongue lock holes. Then women's, they're a size 12 2E, but I wear that's in men's. Or this is women's 12 extra wide. It's equal to 10 male wide. I love these shoes. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Every pair of shoes that I bought since I was like 21 years old have been a version of those the 990 series, and I always tell this story when I talk about my shoes. But like, yeah, up until that age, I'd been wearing Nikes, and Nikes only come in standard width, and I didn't even know that they made wider shoes. And when I first slipped on a pair of those 990s and they actually fit me, it was like walking on clouds. They're selling out of those. You can still get them on Amazon though. If you need a men's, yeah, you can get a 12 2E on Amazon. Can still get it, but yeah, the version 990 version 5 is coming out this spring, so I can't wear Nike either. I always wore them when I was younger, but I didn't realize it. It's only because I didn't realize there was other options out there. I need a wide shoe. All right, here we go. We're back to the story now. This is another short story by Stephen King. It's called The Doctor's Case. The Doctor's Case. Yeah, they're sold out on New Balance's website, but if you go to Amazon, you can get. It's the model number is W990GP4. W990GP4. And if you're men's 10 wide, then yeah, 12 2E. We wear the same shoes, Teresita. I'd probably get a 4E if I was like, if I could get, but they don't offer 4E in the pink. All right, The Doctor's Case. I believe there was only one occasion upon which I actually solved a crime before my slightly fabulous friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I say believe because my memory began to grow hazy about the edges as I entered my 9th decade. Now, as I approach my centennial, the whole has become downright misty. There may have been another occasion, but if so, I do not remember it. I doubt they shall ever forget this particular case, no matter how murky my thoughts and memories may become, and I thought I might as well set it down before God caps my pen forever. It cannot humiliate Holmes now. God knows he is 40 years in his grave. That, I think, is long enough to leave the tale untold. Even Lestrade, who used Holmes upon occasion, but never had any great liking for him, never broke his silence in the matter of Lord Hull. He hardly could have done so, considering the circumstances. Even if the circumstances had been different, I somehow doubt he would have. He and Holmes baited each other, and I believe that Holmes may have harbored actual hate in his heart for the policeman, although he never would have admitted to such a low emotion. But Lestrade had a queer respect for my friend. It was a wet, dreary afternoon, and the clock had just rung 1:30. Holmes sat by the window, holding his violin but not playing it, looking silently out into the rain. There were times, especially once his cocaine days were behind him, when Holmes would grow moody to the point of surliness, when the skies remained stubbornly gray for a week or more, and he had been doubly disappointed on this day, for the glass had been rising since late the night before, and he had confidently predicted clearing skies by 10 this morning at the latest. Instead, the mist, which had been hanging in the air when I arose, had thickened into a steady rain, and if there was anything which rendered Holmes moodier than long periods of rain, it was being wrong. Suddenly he straightened up, tweaking a violin string with a fingernail, and smiled sardonically. "Watson, here's a sight. The wettest bloodhound you ever saw." It was Lestrade, of course, seated in the back of an open wagon with water running into his clothes set, fiercely inquisitive eyes. The wagon had no more than stopped before he was out, flinging the driver a coin and striding toward 221 B. Baker Street. He moved so quickly that I thought he should run into our door like a battering ram. I heard Mrs. Hudson remonstrating with him about his decidedly damp condition and the effect it might have on the rugs both downstairs and up. And then Holmes, who could make Lestrade look like a tortoise when the urge struck him, leaped across the door and called down, "Let him up, Miss H. I'll put a newspaper under his boots if he stays long, but I somehow think... Yes, I really do think that..." Then Lestrade was bounding up the stairs, leaving Miss Hudson to expostulate below. His color was high, his eyes burned, and his teeth, decidedly yellowed by tobacco, were bared in a wolfish grin. "Inspector Lestrade!" Holmes cried jovially. "What brings you out in such a..." No further did he get. Still panting from his climb, Lestrade said, "I've heard gypsies say the devil grants wishes. Now I believe it. Come at once if you'd have a try, Holmes. The corpse is still fresh, and the suspects all in a row." "You frighten me with your ardor," Lestrade, Holmes cried, but with a sardonic little waggle of his eyebrows. "Don't play the shrinking violet with me, man. I've come at the run to offer you the very thing for which your pride have wished 100 times or more in my own hearing. The perfect locked room mystery." Holmes had started into the corner, perhaps to get the awful gold-tipped cane which he was for some reason affecting that season. Now he whirled upon our damp visitor, his eyes wide. "Lestrade, are you serious? Would I have risked the wet-lung croup riding here in an open wagon if I were not?" Lestrade countered. Then, for the only time in my hearing, despite the countless times the phrase has been attributed to him, Holmes turned to me and cried, "Quick, Watson! The game's afoot!" On our way, Lestrade commented sourly that Holmes had the luck of the devil. Although Lestrade had commanded the wagon driver to wait, we had no more than emerged from our lodgings when the exquisite rarity clip-clopped down the street, an empty hackney in what had become a driving rain. We climbed in and were off in a trice. As always, Holmes sat on the left-hand side, his eyes darting restlessly about, cataloguing everything, although there was precious little to see that day, or so it seemed, at least to the likes of me. I've no doubt every street corner and rain-washed shop window spoke volumes to Holmes. Lestrade directed the driver to an address in Savile Road, and then asked Holmes if he knew Lord Hull. "I know of him," Holmes said, but have never had the good fortune of meeting him. Now I suppose I never shall." "Shipping, wasn't it?" "Shipping," Lestrade agreed. "But the good fortune was yours. Lord Hull was, by all accounts, including those of his nearest and dearest, dearest, a thoroughly nasty fellow, and as dotty as a puzzle picture in a child's novelty book. He finished practicing both nastiness and dottiness for good, however, around 11 o'clock this morning. He pulled out his turnip of a pocket watch and looked at it. I have to look up what dotty means. I've seen that word a couple times now. I thought it just meant stupid or senile or something. Somewhat mad or eccentric. He pulled out his turnip of a pocket watch and looked at it. 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, someone put a knife in his back as he sat in his study with his will on the blotter before him. So Holmes sat thoughtfully, lighting his pipe. "You believe the study of this unpleasant Lord Hull is the perfect locked room of my dreams, do you?" His eyes gleamed skeptically through a rising rafter of blue smoke. "I believe," Lestrade said quietly, "that it is." "Watson and I have dug such holes before, never struck water," Holmes remarked, and he glanced at me before returning to his ceaseless catalogue of the streets through which we passed. "Do you recall the Speckled Band, Watson?" I hardly needed to answer him. There had been a locked room in that business, true enough, but there had also been a ventilator, a poisonous snake, and a killer fiendish enough to introduce the latter into the former. It had been the work of a cruelly brilliant mind, but Holmes had seen to the bottom of the matter in almost no time at all. "What are the facts, Inspector?" Holmes asked. Lestrade began to lay before us in the clipped tones of a trained policeman. Lord Albert Hull had been a tyrant in business and a despot at home. His wife had gone in fear of him, and had apparently been justified in doing so. The fact that she had borne him 3 sons seemed in no way to have moderated his savage approach toward their domestic affairs in general, and toward her in particular. Lady Hull had been reluctant to speak of these matters, but her sons had no such reservations. Their papa, they said, had missed no opportunity to dig at her, to criticize her, or to jest at her expense. All of this while they were in company. When they were alone, he virtually ignored her, except, Lestrade added, when he felt moved to beat her, which was by no means an uncommon occurrence. Hey, Manskiller. William, the eldest, told me she always gave out the same story when she came to the breakfast table with a swollen eye or a mark on her cheek that she had forgotten to put on her spectacles and run into a door. She went into doors once and twice a week, William said. I didn't know we had that many doors in the house. Holmes said. A cheery fellow. The sons never put a stop to it? She wouldn't allow it, Lestrade said. Insanity, I returned. A man who would beat his wife is an abomination. A woman who would allow it, an abomination and a perplexity. There was a method in her madness, though, Lestrade said. Method in what you might call an informed patience. She was, after all, 20 years younger than her lord and master. Also, Hull was a heavy drinker and a champion diner. At age 70, 5 years ago, he developed gout and angina. Wait for the storm to end and enjoy the sunshine, Holmes remarked. Yes, Lestrade said, but it's an idea which has led many a man and woman through the devil's door. I'll be bound. Hull made sure his family knew both his worth and the provisions of his will. They were little better than slaves. With the will as their document of indenture, Holmes murmured. Exactly so, old boy. At the time of his death, Hull's worth was £300,000. He never asked them to take his word for this. He had his chief accountant to the House Quarterly to detail the balance sheets of Hull's shipping, although he kept the purse strings firmly in his own hands and tightly closed. Devilish, I exclaimed, thinking of the cruel boys one sometimes sees in Eastcheap or Piccadilly, boys who will hold out a sweet to a starving dog to see it dance, then gobble it themselves while the hungry animal watches. I was shortly to find this comparison even more apt than I would have thought possible. On his death, Lady Rebecca was to receive 150,000 £. William, the eldest, was to receive 50,000. Jory, the middler, 40, and Stephen, the youngest, 30. And the other 30,000, I asked? Small bequests, Watson, to a cousin in Wales, an aunt in Brittany. Not a cent for Lady Hull's relatives, though. 5,000 in assorted bequests to the servants. Oh, and you'll like this, Holmes. 10,000 pounds to Mrs. Hemphill's home for abandoned pussies. You're joking, I cried, although if Lestrade expected a similar reaction from Holmes, he was disappointed. Holmes merely relighted his pipe and nodded as if he expected this or something like it. With babies dying of starvation in the East End and 12-year-old children working 50 hours a week in the mills, this fellow left 10,000 pounds to a boarding hotel for cats? Exactly so, Lestrade said pleasantly. Furthermore, he should have left 27 times that amount to Mrs. Hemphill's abandoned pussies if it not for whatever happened this morning and whoever did the business. I could only gape at this and try to multiply in my head. When I was coming to the conclusion that Lord Hull had intended to disinherit both his wife and children in favor of a rest home for felines, Holmes was looking sourly at Lestrade and saying something which sounded to me like a total non sequitur. I'm going to sneeze, am I not? Lestrade smiled. It was a smile of transcendent sweetness. Yes, my dear Holmes, often and profoundly, I fear. Holmes removed his pipe, which he had just gotten drawing to his satisfaction. I could tell by the way he settled back slightly in his seat, looked at it for a moment, and then held it out in the rain. More dumbfounded than ever, I watched him knock out the damp and smoldering tobacco. How many? Holmes asked. 10, Lestrade said with a fiendish grin. I suspect it was more than this famous locked room of yours that brought you out in the back of an open wagon on such a wet day, Holmes said sourly. Suspect as you like, Lestrade said gaily. I'm afraid I must go on to the scene of the crime. Duty calls, you know. But if you would like, I could let you and the good doctor out here. You are the only man I ever met, Holmes said, whose wit seems to be sharpened by foul weather. Does that perhaps say something about your character, I wonder? But never mind. That is, perhaps, a subject for another day. Tell me this, Lestrade. When did Lord Hull become sure that he was going to die? Die? I said. My dear Holmes, whatever gives you the idea that the man believed... It's obvious, Watson, Holmes said. CIB, as I told you at least 1,000 times. Character indexes behavior. It amused him to keep them in bondage by means of his will. He looked and aside at Lestrade. No trust arrangements, I take it. No entailments of any sort? Lestrade shook his head. None whatever. Extraordinary, I said. Not at all, Watson. Character indexes behavior, remember. He wanted them to soldier along in the belief that all would be theirs when he did them the courtesy of dying, but he never actually intended any such thing. Such behavior would, in fact, have run completely against the grain of his character. Do you agree, Lestrade? As a matter of fact, I do, Lestrade replied. Then, we are very well to this point, Watson, are we not? All is clear. Lord Hull realizes he is dying. He waits. Makes absolutely sure that this time it's no mistake, no false alarm. And then he calls his beloved family together. When? This morning, Lestrade. This morning, Lestrade? Lestrade grunted an affirmative. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin. He calls them together and tells them he's made a new will, one which disinherits all of them. All, that is, save for the servants, his few distant relatives, and of course the pussies. I opened my mouth to speak, only to discover I was too outraged to say anything. The image which kept returning to my mind was that of those cruel boys making the starving East End curs jump with a bit of pork or a crumb of crust for a meat pie. I must add, it never occurred to me to ask whether such a will could be disputed before the bar. Today a man would have a deuce of a time slighting his closest relatives in favor of a cat hotel. But in 1899, a man's will was a man's will, and unless many examples of insanity, not eccentricity, but outright insanity could be proved, a man's will, like God's, was done. The new will was properly witnessed? Holmes asked. Indeed it was, Lestrade replied. Yesterday Lord Hull's solicitor and one of his assistants appeared at the house and were shown into Hull's study. There they remained for about 15 minutes. Stephen Hull said the solicitor once raised his voice in protest about something, he could not tell what, and was silenced by Hull. Jory, the middle son, was upstairs painting, and Lady Hull was calling on a friend. But both Stephen and William Hull saw these legal fellows enter and leave a short time later. William said that they left with their heads down, and although William spoke, asking Mr. Barnes, the solicitor, if he was well, and making some social remark about the persistence of the rain, Barnes did not reply, and the assistant seemed to actually cringe. It was as if they were ashamed, William said. Well, so much for that possible loophole, I thought. Since we are on the subject, tell me about the boys, Holmes invited. As you like. It goes pretty much without saying that their hatred for their pater was exceeded only by their pater's boundless contempt for them. Although how we could hold Stephen in contempt is... Well, never mind. I'll keep things in their proper order. Yes, please be so kind to do that, Holmes said dryly. William is 36. If his father had given him any sort of allowance, I suppose he would be a bounder. As he had little or none, he spent his days in various gymnasiums involved in what I believe is called physical culture. He appears to be an extremely muscular fellow, and his nights in various cheap coffee houses, for the most part. If he did happen to have a bit of money in his pockets, he was apt to take himself to a card parlor, where he would lose it quickly enough. Not a pleasant man, Holmes. A man who has no purpose, no skill, no hobby, no ambition, save to outlive his father. Could hardly be a pleasant man. I had the queerest idea while talking to him that I was interrogating not a man, but an empty vase upon which the face of Lord Hull had been lightly stamped. A vase waiting to be filled up with pounds sterling, Holmes commented. Jory is another matter, Lestrade went on. Lord Hull saved most of his contempt for him, calling him his earliest childhood by such endearing pet names as Fishface and Keglegs and Stoat-Belly. It's not hard to understand such names, unfortunately. Jory Hull stands no more than 5 feet tall, if that, is bow-legged, and of a remarkably ugly countenance. He looks a bit like that poet fellow, the Poof. Oscar Wilde? Asked I. Holmes turned a brief, amused glance upon me. I think Lestrade means Algernon Swinburne, he said, who I believe is no more a poof than you are, Watson. Jory Hull was born dead, Lestrade said. After he remained blue and still for an entire minute, the doctor pronounced him so, and put a napkin over his misshapen body. Lady Hull, in her one moment of heroism, sat up, removed the napkin, and dipped the baby's legs into hot water, which had been brought to be used at the birth. The baby began to squirm and squall. Lestrade grinned and lit a cigarette with a flourish. Hull claimed that his immersion had caused the boy's bowed legs, and when he saw it was in his cups, he taxed his wife with it. Told her she should have left well enough alone. Better Jory had been born dead than lived to be what he was. He sometimes said, a scuttling creature with legs of a crab and a face of a cod. Holmes' only reaction to this extraordinary, and to my physician's mind rather suspect, story was to comment that Lestrade had gotten a remarkably large body of information in a remarkably short period of time. That points up one of the aspects of the case which I thought would appeal to you, my dear Holmes, Lestrade said as we swept into Rotten Row with a splash and a swirl. They need no coercion to speak. Coercion's what it would take to shut 'em up. They had to remain silent all too long, and then there's the fact that the new will is gone. Relief loosens tongues beyond measure, I find. Gone? I exclaimed, but Holmes took no notice. His mind still ran upon Jory, the misshapen middle child. Is he ugly, then? He asked Lestrade. Hardly handsome, but not as bad as some I've seen, Lestrade replied comfortably. I believe his father continually heaped vituperation on his head because he was the only one who had no need of his father's money to make his way in the world. Holmes finished for him. Lestrade started. The devil! How did you know that? Because Lord Hull was reduced to carping at Jory's physical faults. How it must have chafed the old devil to be faced with a potential target, so well armored in other respects. Baiting a man for his looks or his posture may be fine for schoolboys or drunken louts, but a villain like Lord Hull had no doubt become used to higher sport. I would venture the opinion that he may have been rather afraid of his bow-legged middle son. What was Jory's key to the cell door? Haven't I told you? He paints, Lestrade said. Ah, Jory Hull was, as the canvases in the lower halls of the Hull House proved, a very good painter indeed. Not great, I do not mean that at all, but his renderings of his mother and brothers were faithful enough so that, years later, when I saw color photographs for the first time, my mind flashed back to that rainy November afternoon in 1899, and the one of his father was a work of greatness. Certainly, it startled, almost intimidated, with the malevolence that seemed to waft off that canvas like a breath of dank graveyard air. Perhaps it was Algernon Swinburne that Jory resembled, but his father's likeness, at least as through the middle son's hand and eye, reminded me of an Oscar Wilde character, that nearly immortal Rue, Dorian Gray. His canvases were long, slow processes, but he was able to quick sketch with such nimble rapidity that he might come home from Hyde Park on a Saturday afternoon with as much as 20 pounds in his pockets. I'll wager his father enjoyed that, Holmes said. He reached automatically for his pipe, then put it back again. The son of a peer, quick-sketching wealthy American tourists and their sweethearts like a French bohemian. Lestrade laughed heartily. He raged over it, as you may imagine. But Jory, good for him, wouldn't give over his selling stall in Hyde Park. Not, at least, until his father agreed to an allowance of 35 pounds a week. He called it low blackmail. My heart bleeds, I said. As does mine, Watson, Holmes said. The third son, Lestrade, quickly. We've almost reached the house, I believe. As Lestrade had intimated, surely Stephen Hull had the greatest cause to hate his father. As his gout grew worse and his head more muddled, Lord Hull surrendered more and more of the company affairs to Stephen, who was only 28 at the time of his father's death. The responsibilities devolved upon Stephen, and the blame also devolved upon him if his least decision proved amiss. Yet no financial gain accrued to him should he decide well and his father's affairs prosper. Lord Hull should have looked with favor upon Stephen as the only one of his children with an interest in and an aptitude for the business he had founded. Stephen was a perfect example of what the Bible calls the good son. Yet instead of displaying love and gratitude, Lord Hull repaid the young man's largely successful efforts with scorn, suspicion, and jealousy. On many occasions during the last 2 years of his life, the old man had offered the charming opinion that Stephen would steal the pennies from a dead man's eyes. The bastard, I cried, unable to contain myself. Ignore the new will for a moment, Holmes said, steepling his fingers again, and return to the old one. Even under the conditions of that marginally more generous document, Stephen Hull would have had cause for resentment. In spite of his labors, which had not only saved the family fortune but increased it, his reward was still to have been the youngest son's share of the spoils. What, by the way, was to have been the disposition of the shipping company under the provisions of what we might call the pussy will. I looked carefully at Holmes, but as always, it was difficult to tell if he had attempted a small bon mot. I don't know what that is. clever saying, phrase, or witticism. Even after all the years I spent with him and all the adventures we shared, Sherlock Holmes' sense of humor remains a largely undiscovered country, even to me. It was to be handed over to the board of directors with no provision for Stephen, Lestrade said, and pitched his cigarillo out the window as the hackney swept up the curving drive of a house, which looked extraordinarily ugly to me just then, as it stood amid its brown lawns and driving rain. Yet with the father dead, and the new will nowhere to be found, Stephen Hall has what the Americans call leverage. The company will have him as managing director. They should have done anyway, but now it will be on Stephen Hall's terms. Yes, Holmes said. Leverage, a good word. He leaned out into the rain. Stop short, driver, he cried. We've not quite done. As you say, governor, the driver returned. But it's devilish wet out here, and you'll go with enough in your pocket to make your innards as wet and devilish as your outards, Holmes said. This seemed to satisfy the man, and he stopped 30 yards from the front door of the great house. I listened to the rain tip-tapping on the sides of the couch while Holmes cogitated, and then said, The old will, the one he teased them with. That document isn't missing, is it? Absolutely not. It was on his desk, near his body. 4 excellent suspects. Servants need not apply. Or so it seems now. Finish quickly, Lestrade. The final circumstances, and the locked room. Lestrade complied, consulting his notes from time to time. A month previous, Lord Hull had observed a small black spot on his right leg, directly behind the knee. The family doctor was called. His diagnosis was gangrene, an unusual but far from rare result of gout and poor circulation. The doctor told him the leg would have to come off, and well above the site of the infection. Lord Hull laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. The doctor, who had expected any reaction but this, was struck speechless. When they stick me in my coffin, saw bones, Hull said. It will be with both legs still attached, thank you very much. The doctor told him that he sympathized with Lord Hull's wish to keep his leg, but that without amputation he would be dead in 6 months, and he would spend the last 2 in exquisite pain. Lord Hull asked the doctor what his chances of survival should be if he were to undergo the operation. He was still laughing. Lestrade said as though it were the best joke he had ever heard. After hemming and hawing, the doctor said the odds were even. Bunk, I said. Exactly what Lord Hull said, Lestrade replied, except he used the term more often used in dosses than in drawing rooms. Hull told the doctor that he himself reckoned his chances no better than 1 in 5. As to the pain, I don't think it'll come to that, he went on, as long as there's laudanum and a spoon to stir it with, in stumping distance. The next day, Hull finally sprang his nasty surprise that he was immediately thinking of changing his will, just how he did not immediately say. Oh, Holmes said, looking at Lestrade from those cool gray eyes that saw so much. And who, pray, was surprised? None of them, I should think. But you know human nature. Holmes, how people hope against hope. And how some plan against disaster, Holmes said dreamily. This very morning... This very morning, Lord Hull had called firmly into the parlor, and when all were settled, he performed an act few testators are granted, one which is usually performed by wagging tongues of their solicitors after their own have been forever silenced. In short, he read them his new will, leaving the balance of his estate to Miss Hemphill's wayward pussies. In the silence which followed, he rose, not without difficulty, and favored them all with his death's-head's grin, and leaning over his cane, he made the following declaration, which I found as astoundingly vile as now as I did when Lestrade recounted it to us in that hackney cab. So, all is fine, is it not? Yes, very fine. You have served me quite faithfully, women and boys, for some 40 years. Now, I intend, with the clearest and most serene conscience imaginable to cast you hence. But take heart, things could be worse. If there was a time, the pharaohs had their favorite pets, for the most part, killed before they died, so the pets might be there to welcome them into their afterlife, to be kicked or petted there at their master's whims forever and forever and forever. Then he laughed at them. He leaned over his cane and laughed from his doughy, dying face. The new will, properly signed and properly witnessed, as all of them had seen, clutched in one claw of a hand. William rose and said, "Sir, you may be my father and the author of my existence, but you were the lowest creature to crawl upon the face of the earth since the serpent tempted Eve in the garden." "Not at all," the old monster returned, still laughing. "I know far lower. Now, if you will pardon me, I have some important papers to put away in my safe, and some worthless ones to burn in the stove." He still had the old will. When you confronted them? Holmes asked. He seemed more interested than startled. "Yes. He could have burned it as soon as the new one was signed and witnessed," Holmes mused. "He had all the previous afternoon and evening to do so, but he didn't, did he?" "Why not?" "How say you on that question, Lestrade? Ye hadn't had enough of teasing them. Even then, I suppose, he was offering them a chance, a temptation he believed all would refuse. Perhaps he believed one of them would not refuse," Holmes said. "Hasn't that idea crossed your mind?" He turned his head and searched my face with a momentary beam of his brilliant and somehow chilling regard. "Either of your minds? Isn't it possible that such a black creature might hold out such a temptation, knowing that if one of his family were to succumb to it and put him out of his misery? Stephen seems most likely, from what you say, not that one might be caught and swing for the crime of patricide." I stared at Holmes in silent horror. "Never mind," Holmes said. "Go on in, Inspector. It's time for the locked room to make its appearance, I believe." The four of them sat in a paralyzed silence as the old man made his long, slow way up the corridor to his study. There were no sounds but the thud of his cane, the labored rattle of his breathing, the plaintive meow of a cat in the kitchen, and the steady beat of the pendulum in the parlor clock. Then they heard the squeals of hinges as Hull opened his study door and stepped inside. "Wait," Holmes said sharply, sitting forward. "No one actually saw him go in, did they?" "I'm afraid that's not so, old chap," Lestrade returned. "Mr. Oliver Stanley, Lord Hull's valet, had heard Lord Hull's progress down the hall. He came from Hull's dressing room, went to the gallery railing, and called down to ask if all was well." Hull looked up. Stanley saw him, plainly as I see you right now, old fellow, and said all was absolutely tip-top. Then he rubbed the back of his head and went in, locked the study door behind him. By the time his father had reached the door, the corridor is quite long, and may have taken him as much as 2 minutes to make his way up it unaided. Stephen had shaken off his stupor and gone to the parlor door. He saw the exchange between his father and his father's man. Of course, Lord Hull was back too, but Stephen heard his father's voice and described the same characteristic gesture, Hull rubbing the back of his head. Could Stephen Hull and this Stanley fellow have spoken before the police arrived? I asked shrewdly, I thought. Of course they could, Lestrade said wearily. They probably did, but there was no collusion. I don't believe that when I see it. You feel sure of that? Holmes asked, but he sounded uninterested. Yeah, Stephen Hull would lie very well, I think, but Stanley would do it very badly. Accept my professional opinion or not, just as you like, Holmes. I accept it. So Lord Hull passed into his study, the famous locked room, and all heard the click of the lock as he turned the key, the only key there was to that sanctum sanctorum. This was followed by a more unusual sound, the bolt being drawn across. Then silence. The four of them, Lady Hull and her son, so shortly to be blue-blooded paupers, looked at one another in similar silence. The cat meowed again from the kitchen, and Lady Hull said in a distracted voice that if the housekeeper wouldn't give the cat a bowl of milk, she supposed she must. She said the sound of it would drive her mad if she had to listen to it much longer. She left the parlor. Moments later, without a word among them, the three Suttons also left. William went to his room upstairs. Stephen sauntered into the music room, and Jory went to sit upon a bench beneath the stairs where he had told Lestrade he had gone since his earliest childhood when he was sad or had matters of deep difficulty to think over. Less than 5 minutes later, a shriek arose from the study. Stephen ran out of the room, where he had been plinking out isolated notes on the piano. Jory met him at the study door. William was already halfway down the stairs and saw them breaking in when Stanley, the valet, came out of Lord Hull's dressing room and went to the gallery, railing for the second time. Stanley has testified to seeing Stephen Hull burst into the study, to seeing William reach the foot of the stairs and almost fall on the marble, and to seeing Lady Hull come from the dining room doorway with a pitcher of milk still in one hand. Moments later, the rest of the servants had gathered up. Lord Hull was slumped over his writing desk with the three brothers standing by. His eyes were open, and the look in them, I believe it was surprise. Again, you are free to accept or reject my opinion just as you like, but I tell you, it looked very much like surprise to me. Clutched in his hands was his will, the old one. Of the new one there was no sign, and there was a dagger in his back. With this, Lestrade rapped for the driver to go on. We entered the house between the two constables as stone-faced as Buckingham Palace sentinels. Here, to begin with, was a very long hall, floored in black and white marble tiles like a chessboard. It led to an open door at the end where two more constables were posted. The entrance to the infamous study. To the left were the stairs, to the right, two doors. The parlor and the music room, I guessed. The family is gathered in the parlor, Lestrade said. Good, Holmes said pleasantly, but perhaps Watson and I might have a look at the scene of the crime? Shall I accompany you? Perhaps not, Holmes said. Has the body been removed? It was still here when I left your lodgings, but by now it almost certainly will be gone. Very good. Holmes started away. I followed. Lestrade called, Holmes? Holmes turned, eyebrows raised. No secret panels, no secret doors, for the third time. Take my word or not, as you like. I believe I'll wait until... Holmes began, and then his breath began to hitch. He scrambled in his pocket, found a napkin, probably carried absently away from the eating-house where he had dined the previous evening, and sneezed mightily into it. I looked down and saw a large, scarred tomcat, as out of place here in this grand hall as would have been one of those urchins of whom I had been thinking earlier, twining about Holmes' legs. One of its ears was laid back against its scarred skull. The other was gone, lost in some long-ago alley battle, I suppose. Holmes sneezed repeatedly and kicked out at the cat. It went with a reproachful backward look, rather than with the angry hiss one might have expected from such an old campaigner. Holmes looked at Lestrade over the napkin with reproachful, watery eyes. Lestrade, not in the least put out of countenance, thrust his head forward and grinned like a monkey. 10, Holmes, he said. 10. House is full of felines. Hull loved 'em, and with that he walked off. How long have you suffered this affliction, old fellow? I asked. I was a bit alarmed. Always, he said, and sneezed again. The word allergy was hardly known all those years ago, but that, of course, was his problem. Do you want to leave? I asked. I had once seen a case of near asphyxiation as the result of such an aversion. This one to sheep, but otherwise similar in all respects. He'd like that, Holmes said. I did not need him to tell me whom he meant. Holmes sneezed once more. A large red welt was appearing on his normally pale forehead, and then we passed between the constables at the study door. Holmes closed it behind him. The room was long and relatively narrow. It was at the end of something like a wing, the main house spreading to either side from an area roughly 3/4 of the way down the hall. There were windows on two sides of the study, and it was bright enough in spite of the gray, rainy day. The walls were dotted with colorful shipping charts and handsome teak frames, and among them was mounted an equally handsome set of weather instruments in a brass-bound, glass-fronted case. It contained an anemometer. Hull had used the whirling cups mounted on one of the roof peaks, I supposed. an instrument for measuring the speed of wind or any current of gas. 2 thermometers, one registering the outdoor temperature and the other that of the study, and a barometer much like the one which had fooled Holmes into believing the bad weather was about to break. I noticed the glass was still rising, then looked outside. The rain was falling harder than ever, rising glass or no rising glass. We believe we know a great lot with our instruments and things, but I was old enough then to believe we don't know half as much as we think we do, and old enough now to believe we never will. Holmes and I both turned to look at the door. The bolt was torn free, but leaning inward as it should have been. The key was still in the study side lock and still turned. Holmes' eyes, watering as they were everywhere at once, noting, cataloging, storing. "You're a little better," I said. "Yes," he said, lowering his napkin and stuffing it indifferently into his coat pocket. He may have loved him, but he apparently didn't allow him in here. Not on a regular basis, anyway. What do you make of it, Watson? Although my eyes were slower than his, I was looking around. The double windows were all locked with thumb turns and small brass side bolts. None of the panes had been broken. Most of the framed charts and the box of weather instruments were between these windows. The other 2 walls were filled with books. There had been a small coal stove, but no fireplace. The murderer hadn't come down the chimney like Father Christmas, not unless he was narrow enough to fit through a stovepipe and clad in an asbestos suit, for the stove was still very warm. The desk stood at one end of this long, narrow, well-lit room. The opposite end was a pleasantly bookish area, not quite a library, with 2 high-backed upholstered chairs and a coffee table between them. On this table was a random stack of volumes. The floor was covered with a Turkish rug. If the murderer had come through a trap door, I hadn't the slightest idea how he'd gotten back under that rug without disarranging it. And it was not disarranged, not in the slightest. The shadows of the coffee table legs lay across it without even a hint of a ripple. "Do you believe it, Watson?" Holmes asked, snapping me out of what was almost a hypnotic trance. Something about that coffee table. "Believe what, Holmes?" "That all 4 of them simply walked out of that parlor in 4 different directions, 4 minutes before the murder." "I don't know," I said faintly. "I don't believe it, not for Then he broke off. "Watson, are you all right?" "No," I said in a voice. I could hardly hear myself. I collapsed into one of the library chairs. My heart was beating too fast. I couldn't seem to catch my breath. My head was pounding. My eyes seemed to have suddenly grown too large for their sockets. I could not take them from the shadows of the coffee table legs under the rug. "I am most definitely not all right." At that moment, Lestrade appeared in the study doorway. If you've looked your fill," he broke off. What the devil's the matter with you, Watson?" "I believe," said Holmes in a calm, measured voice, "that Watson has solved the case. Have you, Watson?" I nodded my head. "Not the entire case, perhaps, but most of it. I knew who. I knew how." "Is this the way with you, Holmes?" I asked. "When you see—" "Yes," he said, "though usually I manage to keep my feet." "Watson solved the case," Lestrade said impatiently. "Bah! Watson's offered 1,000 solutions to 100 cases before this, Holmes, as you know very well, and all of them wrong. It's his bête noire. Why, I remember just this last summer." "I know more about Watson than you ever shall," Holmes said, "and this time he has hit upon it. I know the look." He began to sneeze again. The cat with the missing ear had wandered into the room through the door which Lestrade had left open. It moved directly toward Holmes with an expression of what seemed to be affection on its ugly face. "This is how it is for you," I said. "I'll never envy you again, Holmes. My heart should burst." "One becomes inured, even to insight," Holmes said, with not even the slightest trace of conceit in his voice. "Out with it, then, or shall we bring in the suspects as in the last chapter of a detective novel?" "No!" I cried in horror. I had seen none of them. I had no urge to. Only I think I must show you how it was done, if you and Inspector Lestrade will only step into the hall for a moment. The cat reached Holmes and jumped into his lap, and purring like the most satisfied creature on earth. Holmes exploded into a perfect fusillade of sneezes. The red patches on his face, which had begun to fade, burst out afresh. He pushed the cat away and stood up. "Be quick, Watson, so we can leave this damned place," he said in a muffled voice, and left the room with his shoulders in an uncharacteristic hunch, his head down, and with not a single look back. Believe me when I say that a little of my heart went with him. Lestrade stood leaning against the door, his wet coat steaming slightly, his lips parted in a detestable grin. "Shall I take Holmes' new admirer, Watson?" "Leave it," I said, "and close the door when you go out." "I'd lay a fiver you're wasting our time, old man," Lestrade said, but I saw something different in his eyes. If I'd offered to take him up on the wager, he would have found a way to squirm out of it. "Close the door," I repeated. "I shan't be long." He closed the door. I was in Hull's study. I was alone in Hull's study, except for the cat, of course, which was now sitting in the middle of the rug, tail curled neatly about its paws, green eyes watching me. I felt in my pockets and found my own souvenir from last night's dinner. Men on their own are rather untidy people, I fear, but there was a reason for the bread other than general slovenliness. I almost always kept a crust in one pocket or the other, for it amused me to feed the pigeons that landed outside the very window where Holmes had been sitting when Lestrade drove up. "Pussy," said I, and put the bread beneath the coffee table to which Lord Hull would have presented his back when he sat down with his two wills, the wretched old man and the even more wretched new one. "Puss, puss, puss. Puss, puss, puss." The cat walked languidly beneath the table to investigate the crust. I went to the door, opened it. "Holmes, Lestrade, quickly." They came in. "Step over here," I said, and walked to the coffee table. Lestrade looked about and began to frown, seeing nothing. Holmes, of course, began to sneeze again. "Can't we have the wretched thing out of here?" he managed from behind the table napkin, which was now quite soggy. "Of course," said I, "but where is the wretched thing, Holmes?" A startled expression filled his wet eyes. Lestrade walked toward Hull's writing desk and peered behind it. Holmes knew his reaction should not have been so violent. If the cat had been on the far side of the room, he bent and looked beneath the coffee table and saw nothing but the rug, the bottom of the two bookcases opposite, and straightened up again. If his eyes had not been spouting like fountains, he should have seen all then. He was, after all, right on top of it. But one must also give credit where credit is due, and the illusion was devilishly good. The empty space beneath his father's coffee table had been Jory's masterpiece. Holmes began, and the cat, who found my friend much more to its liking than any stale crust of bread, strolled out from beneath the table and began once more to twine ecstatically about his ankles. Lestrade had returned, and his eyes grew so wide I thought they might actually fall out. Even having understood the trick, I was amazed. I myself was amazed. The scarred tomcat seemed to be materializing out of thin air. Head, body, white-tipped tail, last. It rubbed against Holmes' leg, purring as Holmes sneezed. "That's enough," I said. "You've done your job and may leave." I picked it up and took it to the door, getting a good scratch for my pains, and tossed it unceremoniously into the hall. I shut the door behind it. Holmes was sitting down. "My God," he said in a nasal, clogged voice. Lestrade was incapable of any speech at all. His eyes never left the table and the faded Turkish rug beneath its legs. An empty space that had somehow given birth to a cat. "I should have seen," Holmes was muttering. "Yes, but you... How did you understand so quickly?" I detected the faintest hurt and pique in his voice, and forgave it at once. "It was those," I said it, and pointed at the rug. "Of course," Holmes nearly groaned. He slapped his welted forehead. "Idiot! I'm a perfect idiot." "Nonsense," I said tartly. "With a house full of cats, and one who has apparently picked you out for a special friend, I suspect you were seeing 10 of everything." "What about the rug?" Lestrade asked impatiently. "It's very nice, I'll grant, and probably expensive, but—" "Not the rug," I said. "The shadows." "Show him, Watson," Watson said wearily, lowering the napkin into his lap. So I bent I bent and picked one of them up off the floor. Lestrade sat down in the other chair hard, like a man who has been unexpectedly punched. I kept looking at them, you see, I said, speaking in a tone which could not help being apologetic. This seemed all wrong. It was Holmes' job to explain the who's and how's at the end of the investigation. Yet, while I saw that he now understood everything, I knew he would refuse to speak in this case, and I suppose part of me, the part knew I would probably never have another chance to do something like this, wanted to be the one to explain. And the cat was a rather nice touch. I must say, a magician could have done no better with a rabbit and a top hat. I knew something was wrong, but it took a moment for it to sink in. This room is extremely bright, but today it's pouring down rain. Look around and you'll see that not a single object in this room casts a shadow, except for those table legs. Lestrade uttered an oath. It's rained for nearly a week, I said, but both Holmes' barometer and the late Horde Hulls, I pointed to it, said that we could expect sun today. In fact, it seemed a sure thing. So we added the shadows as a final touch. Who did? Jory Hull, Holmes said in that weary tone. Who else? I bent down and reached my hand beneath the right end of the coffee table. It disappeared into thin air, just as the cat had appeared. Lestrade uttered another startled oath. I tapped the back of the canvas, stretched tightly between the forward legs of the coffee table. The books and the rug bulged and rippled, and the illusion, nearly perfect as it had been, was instantly dispelled. Jory Hull had painted the nothing under his father's coffee table, had crouched behind the nothing as his father entered the room, and locked the door, and sat at his desk with his two wills, and at last had rushed out from behind the nothing, dagger in hand. He was the only one who could execute such an extraordinary piece of realism, I said, and this time, running in my hand down the face of the canvas, we could all hear the low rasping sound it made, like the purr of a very old cat. The only one who could execute it, and the only one who could hide behind it. Jory Hull, who was no more than 5 feet tall, bow-legged, slump-shouldered. As Holmes said, the surprise of the new will was no surprise, even if the old man had been secretive about the possibility of cutting the relatives out of the will, which he wasn't. Only simpletons could have mistaken the import of the visit from the solicitor and, more important, the assistant. It takes 2 witnesses to make a will and a valid document at Chancery. What Holmes said about some people preparing for disaster was very true. A canvas as perfect as this was not made overnight or in a month. You may find he had it ready, should it need to be used, for as long as a year. Or 5, Holmes interpolated. I don't think we're going to finish. I suppose, at any rate, when Hull announced that he wanted to see his family in the parlor this morning, I imagined Jory knew the time had come. After his father had gone to bed last night, he would have come down here and mounted his canvas. I suppose he may have put down the faux shadows at the same time, but if I had been Jory, I should have tiptoed in here for another peek at the glass this morning, before the previously announced parlor gathering, just to make sure it was still rising. If the door was locked, I suppose he filched the key from his father's pocket and returned it later. It wasn't locked, Lestrade said laconically. As a rule, he kept the door shut to keep the cats out, but rarely locked it. As for the shadows, they are just strips of felt, as you now see. His eye was good, but they are about where they would have been at 11 this morning, the glass had been right. If he expected the sun to be shining, why did he put down the shadows at all? Lestrade grumped. Sun puts them down as a matter of course, just in case you never notice your own, Watson. Here I was at a loss. I looked at Holmes, who seemed grateful to have any part in the answer. Don't you see? That is the greatest irony of it all. If the sun had shone as the glass suggested, it would. The canvas would have blocked the shadows. Painted shadow legs don't cast them, you know. He was caught by shadows on a day when there were none, because he was afraid he'd be caught by none on a day when his father's barometer said there would almost certainly be everywhere else in the room. I still don't understand how Jory got in here without Hull seeing him, Lestrade said. That puzzles me as well, Holmes said. Happy 420. Dang. Happy 420. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
Okay, your time.
See if we can finish this up here. We're not going to finish it, I don't think. The parlor where Lord Hull met with his wife and sons has a door which communicates with the music room, does it not? Yes, Lestrade said, and the music room is a door which communicates with Lady Hull's morning room, which is next in line as the one goes toward the back of the house. But from the morning room, one can go only back into the hall, Dr. Watson. If there had been two doors into Hull's study, I should hardly have come after Holmes on the run as I did. He said this last in tones of faint self-justification. Oh, Jory went back into the hall all right, I said, but his father didn't see him. Rot. I'll demonstrate, I said, and went to the writing desk where the dead man's case still leaned. I picked it up and turned toward them. The very instant Lord Hull left the parlor, Jory was up and on the run. Lestrade shot a startled glance at Holmes. Holmes gave the inspector a cool, ironic look in return. I did not understand those looks then, nor give them much thought at all, if the whole truth be told. I did not fully understand the wider implications of the picture I was drawing for yet a while. I was too wrapped up in my own recreation, I suppose. He nipped through the first connecting door, ran across the music hall, and entered Lady Hull's morning room. He went to the hall door and then peeked out. If Lord Hull's gout had gotten so bad as to have brought on gangrene, he would have progressed no more than a quarter of the way down the hall, and that is optimistic. Now mark me, Inspector Lestrade, and I will show you the price a man pays for a lifetime of rich food and strong drink. If you harbor any doubts when I've done, I shall pray to you a dozen gout sufferers before you, and each one will show you the same ambulatory symptoms I now intend to demonstrate. Please notice above all how fixed my intention is, and where. With that, I began to stump slowly across the room toward them, both hands clamped tightly on the ball of the cane. I would raise one foot quite high, bring it down, pause, and then draw the other leg along. Never did my eyes look up. In 10, they alternated between the cane and that forward foot. Yes, Holmes said quietly, the good doctor is exactly right, Inspector Lestrade. The gout come first, then the loss of balance. Then, if the sufferer lives long enough, the characteristic stoop brought on by always looking down. Jory would have been very aware of how his father fixed his attention when he walked from place to place, I said. As a result, what happened this morning was diabolically simple. When Jory reached the morning room, he peeped out the door, saw his father studying his feet and the tip of his cane just as always, and knew he was safe. He stepped out right in front of his unseeing father, simply nipped into the study. The door, Lestrade informed us, was unlocked, and really, how great would the risk have been? They were in the hall together for no more than 3 seconds, and probably a little less. I paused. That floor is marble, isn't it? He must have kicked off his shoes. He was wearing slippers, Lestrade said in a strangely calm tone of voice, and for the second time his eyes met Holmes. Ah, I see. I said, I see. Jory gained the study well ahead of his father and hid behind his cunning stage flat. Then he withdrew the dagger and waited. His father reached the end of the hall. Jory heard Stanley call down to him and heard his father call back that he was fine. Then Lord Hull entered his study for the last time, closed the door and locked it. They were both looking at me intently, and I understood some of the godlike power Holmes must have felt at moments like these, telling others what only he could know. And yet, I must repeat that it is a feeling I should not have wanted to have too often. I believe the urge to repeat such a feeling would have corrupted most men with less iron in their souls than was possessed by my friend Sherlock Holmes. Old Keglegs would have made himself as small as possible before the locking up happened, perhaps knowing or only suspecting that his father would have one good look around before turning the key and shooting the bolt. He may have been gouty and going a bit softer around the edges, but that doesn't mean he was going blind. Stanley says his eyes were top-hole, Lestrade said, one of the first things I asked. So he looked around, I said, and suddenly I could see it. And I suppose this was also the way it was with Holmes. This reconstruction, which based only on facts and deduction, seemed to be half a vision. He saw nothing to alarm him, nothing but the study as it always was, empty save for himself. It is a remarkably open room. I see no closet door, and with no windows on both sides, there are no dark nooks and crannies even on such a day as this. Satisfied that he was alone, he closed the door, turned his key, and shot the bolt. Jory would have heard him stump his way across to the desk. He would have heard the heavy thump and wheeze of the chair cushion his father landed on it. A man in whom gout is well advanced does not sit so much as position himself over a soft spot and then drop onto it seat first. And then Laurie would have at last risked a look out. I glanced at Holmes. Go on, old man, he said warmly. You're doing splendidly. Absolutely first rate. I saw he meant it. Thousands would have called him cold, and they would not have been wrong. Precisely, but he also had a large heart. Holmes simply protected it better than most men do. Thank you. Jory would have seen his father put his cane aside and place the 2 packets of papers, on the blotter. He did not kill his father immediately, although he could have done. That's what's so gruesomely pathetic about this business, and that's why I wouldn't go into that parlor where they are for £1,000. I wouldn't go in unless you and your men dragged me. How do you know he didn't do it immediately? Lestrade asked. The scream came several minutes after the key was turned and the bolt drawn. You said so yourself, and I assume you have enough testimony on that point not to doubt it. Yet it can only be a dozen long paces from door to desk. Even for a gouty man like Lord Hull, it would have taken half a minute. 40 seconds at the outside to cross the chair and to sit down, and 15 seconds for him to prop his cane where you found it and put his wills on the blotter. What happened then? What happened in the last minute or two? A short time, which must have seemed to Jory Hull at least almost endless. I believe Lord Hull simply sat there, looking from one will to the other. Jory would have been able to tell the difference between the two easily enough. The different colors of the parchment would have been all the clue he needed. He knew his father intended to throw one of them into the stove. I believe he waited to see which one it would be. There was, after all, a chance the old devil was only having a cruel practical joke at his family's expense. Perhaps he would burn the new will and put the old one back in the safe. Then he could have left the room and told his family the new will was safely put away. Do you know where it is, Lestrade? The safe? 5 of the books in the case swing out, Lestrade said, briefly pointing to a shelf in the library area. Both family and old man would have been satisfied then. The family would have known their earned inheritances were safe, and the old man would have gone to his grave believing he had perpetrated one of the cruelest practical jokes of all time. But he would have gone as God's victim, or his own, not Jory Hull's. Yet a third time that queer look, half amused and half revolted, passed between Holmes and Lestrade. Myself, I rather think the old man was only savoring the moment, as a man may savor the prospect of an after-dinner drink in the middle of the afternoon, or a sweet long after a period of abstinence. At any rate, the minute passed, and Lord Hull began to rise, but with a darker parchment in his hand, facing the stove rather than the safe. Whatever his hopes may have been, there was no hesitation on Jory's part when the moment came. He burst from his hiding, across the distance between the coffee table and the desk in an instant, and plunged the knife into his father's back before he was fully up. I suspect the post-mortem will show the thrust clipped through the heart's right ventricle into the lung. That would explain the quantity of blood expelled onto the desk top. It would also explain why Lord Hull was able to scream before he died. And that's what did for Mr. Jory Hull. How so? Lestrade asked. A locked room is a bad business, unless you intend to pass murder off as a suicide, I said, looking at Holmes. He smiled and nodded at this maxim of his. The last thing Jory would have wanted was for things to look as they did. The locked room, the locked windows, the man with a knife in him, where the man himself never could have put it. I think he had never foreseen his father dying with such a squall. His plan was to stab him, burn the new will, rifle the desk, unlock one of the windows, and escape that way. He would have entered the house by another door, resumed his seat under the stairs, and then when the body was finally discovered, it would have looked like a robbery.
Good night, old friends and new.
We've come once again to the anticlimax. Dang it. Here we are once again. All right. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live in the book of face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 844 pills, 844 shows, number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show, the bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around about the show. The community, therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. Ding dong bell, a boy to see now, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. Thanks, Josh. Good night, everyone. From the 15th century, it is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mark and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a couple of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles, Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins in the full. Monty, Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, you got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for I-5s. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children. And your elderly grandparents, may they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV for me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right. Pill number 844. Down the hatch. We are robots. All right, dang it to heck.
Good night, old friends and new.
I had a good time today, everybody. Thank you for being here. Love you too, Lacey. Bye, Rose. Thank you all for being here, Manskiller, Mantani. Who's all here still? Oh, Joanna, I know. JD, thank you all for being here. I had a really good time tonight. All right. So this is the house that Jack built. Amy Baca gets me higher than Flocka. This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Good night, Danny. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow that crumpled on the tossed dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. All right. Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mumra, the ever-living! Thunder, Thundercats, ho! All right, I love you all. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. All right, I love you all. Mwah. All right. I love you all. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Lacey. Bye. Good night, everyone. I love you.